Where? Where's my browser? Uh, browser, browser. What happened? It broke. Okay. Hey. Hopefully it works. Don't care. I'm not here to watch cinematics. I'm here to run. I'm here to cook. I'm here to get cooked, even. Gotta give the game some time to fucking load. Getting some lag. I don't know how they're getting so much length out of that. I think I'm just not as tight on the starting jump. Three shouldn't be too hard. I think if I just like I don't particularly need to do super well at 1,000 cuts. Like, I don't need to be insane. I can get a 20-second 1,000 cuts. That's not gonna kill the run if I want sub 3. But I broke it. But I need to improve, like, literally everything else. I don't know if there's a single... No, there's one portion of this run that I'm good at. And it's like a... No, there's two portions of this run that I'm good at. And they're both... I mean, every segment in this run is short. I think the fridge is... maybe a little longer? But, yeah, the fridge is my worst one. Not even because it's long. The fridge is my worst one because there's so much random hitboxes everywhere that I just run into. Like random poles and shit. It's just set up weird because it's like an area that's decrepit. It's where the rats live. Bad start. Not good. Well, not terrible, but not good. Can't even make it out of 1,000 cuts. Gosh. I just want something clean. I should have just landed. I don't know what I'm doing here. Death barrier. Oh my god. That is true. Hello, Zenki. Ah. My quit outs are so bad. Right. So, I haven't done this in a long time. This skip thingy. I feel like I've done this before, but... Fuck. I give up. Actually, no, I'm gonna do this for practice. Why not? The beginning of the fridge I've gotten pretty solid at. Like, it's not bad. Like, okay, I don't usually get cucked by the box. Wow, I say I'm okay at it, and then I get cooked. See, I'm okay at it. I'm not completing this. I hate the fridge. I really should just be doing segments of the fridge. I think I'm gonna do... I'm just gonna keep my save in the fridge. Once I get there again. So I can... just do the fridge. Fridge is the worst part. Okay. I'm actually getting so cooked. I swear I'm not this bad. This isn't even the correct route. Now, that last run was the first time I've done this skip right here. Oh my god. I fumbled. I didn't even need to do that. I have plenty of ammo. Okay. I'm gonna turn off the timer, because I just want to do the fridge real quick. This works. So bad. God, I hate this area. Makes me want to turn into a little puddle of mud. Oh, fuck. I had to load. Did you see the discovery I made? In the speedrunning Discord? It was awesome. I hate that stupid hill. Jump, silly goose. I hate it. The worst part is that I know how to do all of this, but sometimes, like, the directions, they just don't compute in my brain. I'm not good at, like, micro movement. Like, slight turns, stuff like that. "16 seconds? That's only 3 seconds off the world record 1,000 cuts. "3 seconds is a long time, man. It's great. I should probably rocket jump over to that valve. That might be a little faster. And then drop reload. What am I doing? Yeah, Zenki, did you see the amazing discovery I made? I made a contribution to the speedrunning community. I just totally fucked that drop reload, but that's okay. I discovered like a faster way to drop reload while gun zerking, but only in a certain drop order. It chops down the inputs by like half. And Justin said it would be good for geared movement, or like top to bottom. Main game, it may not be as good. But it could become standard for like any of the geared movement challenges, depending on like what it is. As long as, you know, ooh. So basically the way you do it, it's really simple. It's the exact same strategy, but you need a certain drop order, and when you go to do your drop reload, drop twice instead of 3 times. So drop twice, press 4, drop twice, and then press 2. And so you basically only drop 4 times, and you only have to press 2 hotkeys. And if you're like being fast about it, technically it's only 1 hotkey. It would only be 4. It's way faster and easier than the full drop reload. Like, that's it. If you caught that. I don't know if it's like way faster. If you're like dark smoke, it's gonna be like the same speed. But then dark smoke will find a way to take the one that's half the inputs and make it even faster. Oh my god. Please just double shot. Shouldn't have done that. What? We're already at 3 minutes. So did you just quit after a whole percent? What am I doing? Bad player. Oh yeah, did you quit after a whole percent? Or... Looks like you've been playing Fortnite. Yeah, I would tune in, but I just don't like Fortnite. I might like stop by at some point, but it'd only be for you. It'd only be for you, baby girl, because I don't enjoy that game. Again, I need to pull the valve and then drop reload there instead of wasting my time. I think, I know, like, back in the day I was fine with Fortnite. I even played Fortnite every day back in the early days. Once cars got added, like, everywhere, it stopped being as fun to me. Like, I was fine with, like, go-karts and all that, but just hard to deal with. Especially in one of the previous seasons, like, one of the recent seasons I joined, there wasn't a single fight I got into where my opponent wasn't cruising around in, like, a fucking BMW. Might have been like a Mad Max thing. I don't know. I don't remember. Just not really a fan of cars and shooters. But also, like, traversing the map without it sucks. Like, that is undoubtedly true. But it's also, like, just so hard to kill someone in a car without wasting a bunch of resources. Especially in Fortnite when they could just shoot at you from the car. And then it's over, man. Blitz. I think they had Blitz back in the day. They had it temporarily, like a limited time Blitz mode back in, like, I want to say season 4 or 5 of chapter 1. Isn't the storm like super fast? You know what it told me when I logged onto my Twitch account for the first time in like a million years? It told me that my clip had the most views on your channel. It said, congratulations, your clip has reached #1 on Zenki TV's channel with 99 views. And I tried to like look. I was like, what is it talking about? And it just like I couldn't find any of the clips that it was talking about. And I don't remember clipping that much. It was probably a time when you were like, oh, somebody clipped that, and then I clipped it. Was it? Was it a Maya One Life? Were you doing a Maya One Life? Did I do a One Life? I thought about it. I think it could be fun. I wanted to do a One Life, but like I didn't like route it. Like like I guess we're going this way. But like I didn't, like, I'm sure people who do like a One Life, they use like specialized strategies. Like, obviously, you know, Dark Smoke uses the same strategies in like all of his runs. But I wanted to do one where I just kind of played it by ear. Or like how I normally play the game, like a normal playthrough of how I play. I mean, I don't play like a normal person. I farm the fuck out of legendaries in every single run. I'm like a farmer. Is it a clip of you in 1,000 Cuts missing the grenade jump? That just sparked into my mind. I don't even... Was that actually what it was? Because that's like deep in my memory bank. Is the clip somewhere? I couldn't find it. Hold on. My chat has a filter on. What? Oh no, you actually just typed. You posted it? In chat. Oh. I think I have to log in on my moderator side or something. Oh, you sent it to me on Discord?
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap.
Yep, I remember this.
I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump.
Yep. He says it too. Yeah, you jumped so early. Why, bro?
Oh my god. You
Dude.
did not. What did you
Oh, I was in this clip.
You did not. Oh my god.
Guess who's going to run geared?
Oh my, you're so bad.
What did he just do?
He jumped. What did he do?
Is that Wabaki that I hear in there? Dude, Wabaki won't add me. Wabaki hates me. Something. Like I talked to him, I saw his stream and I was like, yo, do you remember me? It's like, oh yeah, I remember you. And then I was like, yo, you should play Minecraft together sometime. He's like, yeah, dude, you'll be like the first one I contact to play Minecraft. And then I tried to add him on Discord and he didn't add me back. I actually think he declined it. Rocket jumping is kind of mid. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. The past couple days, I've been doing a couple whole percent runs. Past couple days, I've gotten to like 12,000 attempts now. But it's also like, I got a new PB actually. I'm not gonna upload it though because it won't bring me up in standing. It was only like a 4 millisecond PB. I was actually I watched your run in post. your whole percent, and I compared it to like my own, we're like neck and neck the entire run until we get to the ending portion, and then you just fucking fly. You fucking fly, dude. I don't know what you did, but at that end portion there, where you like have to cross that large gap, I'll show you. This portion right here, where you have to cross this large gap, dead ass, you were 20 milliseconds faster than me getting to there, like flying through the air. And I'm like, holy shit, dude, you had to be going like 3.9K all the way there. If you had your velocity, I bet you it was a 3.9 all the way to that fucking gate. Fuck. Yeah, and then the one other thing I noticed is I also compared your run to Zubius's run. Zubius's start is like 20 milliseconds faster than yours, but you still smoke him during that segment, during the end segment. So I've been trying to like, oh, and right at the beginning there's a rocket jump that you do that's like a straight downward jump. Yeah, no. That as well. So the way you start is like this, and then you do a downward into this wall, and I think you being so high up and then hitting that wall sends you all the way like right here, and then you get this insane jump, like straight side to side here. Usually, before I saw your run, I was like angling up to like try to propel me down. You got both like a good straight thing, and you did this like basically like straight off. And it's just so crazy to see how all of that culminates into that run. But it's so funny. I thought it was so ironic, or so like circle of life or whatever, that the Zubius, he has the fastest start, and that was the tip that he gave me. The tip that he gave me was the start is really important. And the tip that you gave me was that the end was really important. So, like, if you combined yours and Zubius's run, it would be probably like a 5-5. Like, if you combine the ending of your run and the beginning of Zubius's run, it would be 20 milliseconds faster. But that's like basically Taz level gameplay right there, man. I think that would be human limit. Zubi's start with your end. And even that, the chance of someone getting that is so low. It would have to be like Justin or Dark Smoke. And I watched Dark Smoke's world record for top to bottom. He gets like an almost 8-second whole percent, and I laughed so hard at that. Yeah, I probably could. I've actually been workshopping a new route. Well, it's known. I've talked about this route so many times, but going no, I'm telling you, if I got it, it's such a luck-based thing though, because you have to go over here, and then I call it scram because the goal is to bounce off of the scram sign. Or either that or the part right below that scram sign. It would be, I'm not even joking, it would be like a 5.2 or a 5.3 if you got it going full speed. Let me see if I can get one. It's even more inconsistent than the current route. And I mean, the current route isn't that inconsistent, but I've put 2k attempts into scram, and I've only got it 5 or so times, and it was on bad runs because you have to prompt yourself up so much. Like, you have to get height a lot more than you do for the other one. But I'm gonna go back to doing TTB. I think it's possible. I think it's a possible route. Additionally, the other portion of that is getting a fast entry, which, from that position, getting a fast entry is even harder than getting a fast entry on the current route, because you end up pretty far back from the gate in most cases. If I could just do the routes properly in this run, I could get a sub 3. I don't know why I did that. I don't think I had to jump there. So cooked. This part is easily the hardest for me. I don't know if it's the hardest for everyone else, but my god, I just can't do the fridge for the life of me. Like, without choking. That right there was a good fridge for me, and it wasn't even, like, good. I'll get good at it, though. Like, it's not gonna make me give up or anything. Yeah, I like the big open spaces in this, and all of the segments just being short. I didn't have to drop reload there. I don't know why I did. My decision making is just not not incredible. Fuck! I always miss that one. I just had to go a little more underneath, I think, and I would have been fine there. Or maybe a little more forward. I don't know which one. Okay. Okay. Full percent runner with 12,000 attempts. I probably have the most attempts out of any whole percent runner. And I'm choking it. You know, Dark Smoke doesn't use the door skip in his record. I wonder if that was like, if that's actually faster, or if he just wasn't set up for it, or like didn't want to go for it. Fuck! Stop hitting the ceiling! I threw that at whole percent. That's so sad. I don't know how Dark Smoke gets so much length on this jump here. He gets all the way to that gate over there. Actually, I do. I think he shoots close, potentially. Close, and also just like probably frame perfect double shots. Please let me up there. Nah, I don't think he shoots close. I think he shoots like... Where does he shoot? He shoots like here. Well, actually he runs out a little bit and then shoots here. Holy shit. Is that the tech? That got me so much more length. Wait, I should just play like Dark Smoke. Why did I... Okay, whatever. Who puts a sign there? Sometimes I want to like redo the maps in this game and show like how much better this shit would be if like all these random ass hitboxes weren't here, like all the pikes and fucking poles and shit. How much faster the runs could be. I'm so cooked. That sucked. Well, only the ending of that was really that bad. Okay. Yep, throw a grenade. Whatever. We're doing door. I didn't have to drop reload there once again. I keep like mixing up the strategies that I've tested with what's actually good. Whoa, I got a little glitched there. I forgot what I was doing for a second. Okay, can I do the next 3 segments in 1 minute? I already failed. Holy shit. Instant choke. It's fine. I just have to do the next 2 segments in 30 seconds. Please! Thank you. I should just give up now. This is impossible in 15 seconds. Yep, it's over. No, you know what? I'm gonna lock in now. No speaking. Oh, that's bad. Oh. Oh. Where it works. Okay. Quit outs are so bad! 2 seconds on a quit out! What are we in fucking kindergarten? Fuck! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let me in, let me in, let me in! Alright, I got a minute. Slow, but... Come on, go over! Alright. I'm resetting after that. It was so close if I would have just gotten the double shot. Let me go grab some caffeine. God fucking damn it. No! I should have jumped off it. No! If I would have just jumped off that ledge when it gave me the chance, I would have made it. You dirty broad! Let me up! Thank you! No! Double shot! Of course I fucking break it, dude. Choke. That was the cleanest fucking 3 horns you've ever seen in your entire fucking adult baby life. Whatever, Hugger! You wait. I don't know how to clip things on Twitch. I haven't clipped something in ages. Should appear, right? Like on my past broadcast? I don't know. Wait, I'm still using the last time. Oh, I didn't. Did I not get a double shot? Fucker. Did not want to go over there. Fuck! It was almost a good fridge. Oh. In the dead zone. Then I went and fucking one-upped it. Sad that it that I'm already at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. No! Oh, we're going around. Never mind. Fish hook lip. No! My outwash is bad too. Well, I wouldn't say it's bad. It's borderline decent. Choke. Wrong way. I have a better run than that. My gosh. Owned? What does that mean? Alright, I have a minute. Yeah, I really just want to get this sub 3. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even really plan on speaking in this live stream, like, at all. I just decided there's no reason not to live stream. Like, if I'm gonna do this anyway. Second fucking quit out again. I'm so slow. Come on! Okay. Neither of those shots were good, but I still got some distance off it, so I'll take it. Worst 1,000 cuts ever. Just need to go. Great. A fucking dead spot. Fuck you. I'll be right back. All right. Here, that's a fucking LaCroix. I'm kidding, it's not. Got higher? What are you doing? Are you also running Hole? Hole? What the fuck? Are you also running TTB? Did I motivate you? Maybe, give me a few minutes. And I just don't have to drop reload for that segment. This entire, all of 1,000 cuts I can do on one mag. But I keep thinking, oh, I need to drop reload. It's because I'm so used to only jumping with 2 bada booms. So like, I'm not used to having so much ammo. Like, I get like 30 shots, basically. Well, a little less than that, but... Actually, no. Is it 30 shots? No, it's gotta be like 25, right? Wow, I should not have done that. No, this is gonna... Fuck! Fuck! This is gonna be just like Whole Percent. I accidentally motivated Zenki to run another category Now he's gonna get another world record. And then, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like, God damn it, that could have been me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually very proud of you. I'm just messing with you, dude. I just think that'd be like a really funny line. Like if I made a video about whole percent, I'd be like, but then I made the biggest mistake I've ever made. I told Zenki to run whole percent, and he lowered the world record by even more. That would be fucking hilarious, like clickbaiting. No, you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna get the... I was considering getting the world record for whole percent. Because, like, it would just kind of come full circle for me. With it being probably the most hours I have... Or, no. A decent amount of hours I have in this game have been spent running whole percent. And... my PB for whole is a 584. Yeah, it is. It is close. $20 milliseconds, that's it. 20 milliseconds. And the thing is that, like, I know how to beat that. I know how to gain 20 milliseconds. The problem is the amount of luck it requires. Not that I'm, like, throwing shade at your record or anything. Because it is, like, really good. It's, like, a really good run. It's all just in, like, the, you know, the fun of the game. You know, it's friendly competitiveness. Oh, I said I know how to gain 20 milliseconds on you, like, on your run. Like, I know what I can do to, like, because I watched your run, and I kind of just see, like, what the cons are and what I can, like, improve upon. Like, yeah, no, it's hard, though, because it's like it's a good record. I'm not saying it's easy at all. Like, no joke, if it weren't for me, Mr. Zenki, you would have killed whole percent with that run. And it probably still will be dead for a while. Like, maybe not. Maybe I get really lucky within the next few weeks. but I'm also getting employed. Like, am getting a job. So I might not, like, I'm not gonna have the time that I did before to just no life that shit. Back here again with a minute. I screwed it. I'm not gonna complete that. I think I need to get there with sub 2. I need to get to the divide. It's the ice one, right? Yeah, I believe. Yeah, divide is the ice one. I need to get to divide with a sub 2. But, like, imagine I get all the way here, and then I just miss this grenade jump. Dude, you know what what I now realize is your clip could be turned into one of those subtle foreshadowing videos. I'm gonna do that. I'll edit it on stream right now. Do you know what I'm talking about? The subtle foreshadowing videos? Did I... Dude, am I schizophrenic or did I just hear money shot? I swear I just heard money shot when I wasn't out of ammo. I fucked it. Great. Alright. Alright. Hold on. I gotta download your clip. There is like a download button on these things, right? Let me just go to like Twitch video downloader. Twitch clip downloader. Download now. Give it to me.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap.
Yup. Let me make sure I'm not gonna like show anything like bad. Like a bad file path or something. If I edit on stream. Oh, look, I still have it. I still have it in here. Are you watching, Zenki? I gotta show you. Look at this shit. This is literally what I was just talking about. I compared our runs in here. Look at how neck and neck we are. Look at that. Like it's literally... We get to the fence at the same time. You shoot a little faster than me. But just watch how fast you smoke me on this travel here. On this gap. Like, look at that. You're so ahead there. I think my start is faster than yours, too. Like, look. Nope. It's actually like same speed. I'm a little further, though. Off rep. And then I shoot 2 shots here because I'm using the new technique. It's honestly kind of surprising that I wasn't faster than you there. You must have already been going 3.9. You were, yeah, right there you were definitely already going 3.9. Or like 4K, basically. In units. The new tech, just like quadruple bottle booms. This is my PB run right now. That hasn't been uploaded. Do you know about... Well, quadruple bottle booms was found like 3 months ago by Zubius. Dark Smoke made a video about it. Basically, if you use quick draw on your bada booms, the prefix, it is faster fire rate than doing melees. It's not like a big deal for whole percent. It just allows me to shoot a little sooner than you. My FOV is like so much higher that it looks like I'm going faster than you, but I'm actually not. Like, it looks like I have so much more speed on you, but you're actually like, we're actually like neck and neck. And also me just like fucking blasting my turns. Alright, I'll edit the clip now. Hold on 1 second. Alright, there we go. Drop this in.
Who does that?
Okay, time.
Second. What is like the subtle foreshadowing music?
Kids, don't try this at home.
That song.
Unless it looks interesting and you want to. Parents, try this at home under the supervision of your children. Wiener is optional. Hanging in there? How far along are you, darling? You look massive. Better to be safe than soaked. No, I don't want to eat you, Wiener. I don't want none unless you got buns, hun. Bake already.
What is that song? Is that not... Oh my gosh. Do you know what that song is? I don't know what that song is.
Today I'm gonna be trying Cold Stone's new limited of time Halloween.
This is a prop foam rubber.
I found it. Shoot. 1 second.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross.
No, that's too much.
Across the gap.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap. Okay, time to cross. across the gap.
Yeah, like right here. It would have been so much funnier if you like played it all the way out and like actually died. But it's still a really good clip.
The gap. Imagine if I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump. Jump.
Nah, I think I need to make it even shorter. And then like right here, we do another long one. We do it like even longer.
Hey fellas.
Oh my god. You did not! What did you do?
What did you do?
What did you do?
Hey fellas.
You did not! Oh my god!
Guess who's going to run?
Guess who's going to run geared? Yo, fish hook lip.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap.
What's the button for full screen again?
Imagine if I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump.
I would, yeah.
Hey fellas.
Oh my god. You did not! What did you do?
Hey fellas.
You did not! Oh my god!
Guess who's going to run geared?
Oh my, you're so bad.
What did you just do?
He jumped. What?
You're so bad. Hold on, I think I backed this up a little bit. This one, I think I back it up a little, just a bit.
God.
Guess who's going to run geared?
Oh my, you're so
Alright, that's fire.
does that.
Now we just had a... Where is it? Like a...
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap. Imagine if I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump.
I would, yeah.
Hey fellas.
Oh my god. You did not! What did you do?
Hey fellas.
You did not!
Oh,
Oh my god!
Guess who's going to run geared?
oh my, you're so bad.
What did you just do?
He jump. What?
Alright, there we go. It's good. Alright. That's about it. For editing, at least. Like, I'm not leaving. But... Did I name it? Oh, there it is.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap. Imagine if I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump.
I would, yeah.
Hey fellas.
Oh my god. You did not! What did you do?
Hey fellas.
You did not!
Oh,
Oh my god!
Guess who's going to run geared?
oh my, you're so bad.
What did you just do?
He jumped.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna... 1 second. Let me, like... I need to, like, pause the stream for, like, a second so I can get nitro. Alright, we're so back syndrome. Well, in 1 second. In 1 second I'll be back syndrome. How long has it been? It's been 2 hours. Alright. I'm back. Well, 1 second, I gotta post this clip.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap. Imagine if I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump.
I would, yeah.
Hey fellas.
Oh my god. You did not! What did you do?
Hey fellas.
You did not!
No.
Oh my god!
Guess who's going to run geared?
Oh my, you're so bad.
What did you just do?
He jumped. What did you?
Yup. Okay. You post this in your Discord. Dude, Craig's cottage is so cool. I miss that, man. Everyone misses Craig. Go to tools. Watch this one more time and then I'll get back.
Who does that?
Okay, time to cross the gap. Imagine if I made it all the way here and then I missed this grenade jump.
That would be haha.
Hey fellas.
Oh my god. You did not! What did you do?
Hey fellas.
You did not!
No.
Oh my god!
Guess who's going to run geared?
Oh my, you're so bad.
What did you just do?
Keep jumping. What?
Alright, let's go. Didn't get the double jump. Double jump. I meant the double shot. Was just a bad 1,000 cuts. I like it. Man, what the flip. I need to stop doing that. Actually, let me see. Let me watch the world record run real quick. Because I want to see what he does for that segment. Borderlands 2 category extensions. Geared movement, top to bottom, dark smoke. Oh. Nope. Dark smoke. Let's see what he does for that segment. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Wait, I can do that. That's pretty neat, actually. I never thought about doing that. Even though it's so, like, blatantly in your face. It's like a culmination of the strat I've been doing. So he jumps off of this, and then... like... So that's like a culmination of the old strat and the strat that I've been doing. That is kind of hard, though. I think I need a little more height when I go in for that. Because I just can't. Maybe slow down a little bit right before it and... Yeah, like, that's a solid strat. I don't know if he stops. I wasn't, like, paying attention to if he stops there. Let me watch that back. Does he stop before he does that? No, he just does, like, a... just does like a little gainer. It does like a little height jump. Which basically means that I have to shoot close. Or like kind of far in front of me, I guess. Well, not particularly like far in front of me, but like to where the shot ends up right underneath me. Like there. Right play, wrong time. I should have done it earlier. Earlier than that. Ooh. Well, you know, the strat doesn't work if I fucking bump into it. I don't mind being a little short on this. It's not the end of the world. Don't need to drop reload there. Just wasting time. I just dropped reload there because there's nothing else to do. And it affects basically nothing. Except for like the amount of inputs in the run. How he gets this strat. Yeah, I need to shoot a little closer to myself, like that. Oh, yeah, I think I need, I just, it wouldn't even be that bad if I just stopped there instead of like full sending it, you know, like just stopping here and doing it normally isn't particularly bad. Well, that wasn't what I meant to do normally, but it reminds me of being in space and getting over it. This jump. You're like, it's like pushing off of the boulders. You just get so much more length if you jump off that rock instead of jumping over. Already off to a great start. My angle was bad. Like, that's such a good, like, setup. Dirty broad. I wish that rock had collision. Even the buffered inputs don't work? still make it. Could have just done a single jump there instead of a double. Ah, fuck. I just have to play the best goddamn Borderlands of my life. Fucker. I'm playing bad now. I'm not as warmed up as I was because I did a bunch of shit. Say. I dropped a gun. That was so close. I was so close to getting that. Everyone's just booty. I should have shot earlier. I missed the window there. Jeez. I probably still could have done that. I don't like this 1,000 cuts. I want my run to look clean when I'm done with it, you know? Not striving for perfection, just striving for no choke. Just want the run to look smooth. Dude, I literally just had like a vision of you saying that right before you said it. No. Because, well, half the time you were gone, I wasn't playing. It wasn't even like deja vu. Because deja vu is like the feeling that something has happened before. But I had like a vision of the future right before you said, okay, I'm back, that you were going to like be back. I think I could get sub 3 off this run. It was like a 25-second, a little less than that. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, don't tell me I'm gonna choke whole percent again. I have to play the best goddamn Borderlands of my life. It does not start now. Holy shit. Yeah, it's Jover. Alright, this is it right here. This is run. Okay. Wait, did I just save a 0-0? No, I didn't. Okay, I don't think the second one registered. Alright, let's go. Alright, this is the one, I feel it. It's not the one. The moment I get off this goddamn hill. This is the one. It's not the one. Alright, I'm locking in. No more speaking. For the next 3 runs, I will not say a word. No, I never played Factions. I only spoke because I was in loading screen, okay? I know what Factions is, though. I know you told me you played a shit ton of Factions. Oh, I didn't get a double shot. I'm okay at like rod. At rod I'm good, and maybe at like bridge, but it could really go either way for me if we're just doing like boxing. Gapple? Well, I have good knowledge of the game and like when to heal, but against any good player, I would still lose. I was hoping that would bring me up. I bounced off the wall, though. Fuck. Ah! Here's sub 2? Ah. Already starting caustic with a choke? It was so close. If I didn't choke it, that would have been the sub 3. Too far to the right on that jump there. Okay. Instant fridge throw. I might have brought it back. Just not fast enough at that yet. So close. I knew I wasn't gonna make that. Crazy fucking aim. Ah, invisible wall. It's not the sub 3. Already at 230 and I'm not even at hole yet. Crazy save there. Please. Gosh. I didn't care about that run. Okay. I need to stop doing that. It kills me every time. I always think I can make it, but I can't. That was bad. Starting off not good. Highlands. That was bad. I can hop on a call in a second after this run. That's sarcasm? I sound excited? Yeah, man, I'm excited to see my baby daddy. God, I never get the goddamn double shot there. Ever. Thank you, fucking Varkit actually corrected my course. That was funny as fuck. Ah, just a little short. Wait, if I aim down, is that the problem? Is it because I'm aiming down? Is that why it's... Alright. Yo. What's up, champ? Wait, hold on. I have you down. Wait.
Can you hear me?
Quiet.
Yeah, that's on the right thing.
What's up, champ?
I like
Yeah,
the
hopping on.
video you sent me.
You what?
I like the video you sent me.
Oh yeah. You make it sound like I sent you a juicy video, like a. I like the video you sent me.
It's such a good video.
Yeah.
What you been up to these days? You been crafting?
No, actually, I haven't played Minecraft in
what
like
you been
6
doing?
months.
What?
Uh,
Oh, somebody been working, huh?
I've been playing. I've drained. Not gonna lie to you. Recently, within the past few weeks, I've drained over 100 hours into Borderlands 2. Most of it wasn't doing speedruns. It was mostly I did an Axon playthrough.
Yeah, actually. Dude, all the fucking characters are fun except for like Gage.
I didn't like Axton.
You gotta do like the grenade builds and shit, bro.
Yeah,
Axon
the
has
TDR
fun-
throw builds.
Yeah, Axon has a lot of fun builds. I like doing his fastball, you know, and then like the double turrets. And then if you're in co-op and you're doing Axon, you can do the speedy glitch. That's okay.
Yeah. I've never done the speed glitch before. But I know it's used in co-op speedruns.
Just kind of like
Yeah.
in casual, the speed glitch can get kind of annoying. Like you'll have to like relog, but.
You also playing
You should
top to bottom?
stream on the Discord so I can see in real time.
Oh, I broke my gun somehow. Oh, my guns didn't break. I accidentally didn't pick it back up. That's what happened. I got you. Wait, back. I don't know, that might break. Might have to. 1 second.
That was always rough.
What?
I'd be resetting a shit ton at the start too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
let
every
me
run.
decrease the settings on the stream thing, and then I'm going to stop my replay buffer. I'm getting a little choppy, but I just need to fix some stuff.
Instead of streaming with this, if you do your virtual cam, it'll probably be better.
I'm using my virtual cam, I think.
Probably not.
What? Oh, I definitely am. What?
Says you're streaming, like, you know, it's a stream, not virtual cam.
Yeah, on Discord. Oh, you want me to do like camera virtual
Yeah,
cam?
It'll probably be better for your stream. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so they added the option to like allow you to do virtual cam on screen share as well. Like there's a whole section for it. If you click on screen share and then there's a tab called virtual camera. Pretty cool. Still no audio though. still have yet to add audio for virtual cameras.
Like those things on Omegle.
I'm not sure.
Maybe using like the virtual cam. Controlling.
Yeah.
Good start, but
What's your time in this?
my time in top to bottom, let me see. $2.59.
Just barely. Is that when you still had to do the creepers?
No.
Okay. Have you been doing the quadruple bottle booms?
You do that?
You did. You've been watching me this whole time and haven't noticed that I'm using 4 bada booms.
Oh yeah. No, I remember now. I watched Zubies do that strat. I'm baked.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm so used to it now.
I changed my save to it.
Yeah. No. I realized that Dark Smoke was using Bandit Exhaust for 15 shots instead of 13. So I literally just recently changed my save to have Bandit Exhaust.
On top to bottom?
Yeah, on top to bottom. He's using Bandit Exhaust now.
Your gameplay is...
Yeah. It's really bad on virtual camera. Not gonna cap it with you. I can swap it back to screen share.
Well, I'll just open up your stream, to be honest.
Hold on, I can swap back to screen share and then it will be better. We'll do 720, 30 FPS, that's fine. Like, that'll be fine. I just did so bad there.
Ooh. Nice.
Oops.
What? Oh, yeah. Even I was confused there, because you were going for the lever.
Oops.
Okay.
We're cooked.
Okay, this is good. I mean, I don't know, because you don't have splits.
I memorized it. Fridge. My fastest is at divide and at divide sub 2 minutes, like 159.
So close to
Bro. Like that awesome reload tech. Did you actually listen to what I was saying when I talked about that? I discovered a way to...
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so I discovered a way to drop reload faster while gunzerking. Specifically, it's only good specifically with, like, basically geared movement. You can do it in standard, but you have to have a specific drop order. And it's just kind of, you know, your drop order might change a lot in like a real run. In this, it doesn't change at all. So it's like really easy. But you know how when you drop reload, you drop 3 times, press like 3 and 4, and then drop 3 times?
Well, yeah. I think I do it kind of different.
So
Scroll wheel. I just scroll wheel and then press the drop button, and then I press yeah, you're right. 3 and 4, yeah.
yeah, so I discovered that you can basically, okay, I'm gonna empty a little bit of my ammo. I'm gonna show you this. Basically, if I'm on 1 and 2, I can drop just twice, press 4, drop twice, and then press 2, and that's it. So it effectively halves the inputs.
So you don't have to do it a second time to like fix your guns or what?
No, like if I leave right now, I won't even like, I won't do read only. But so long as I go back to 1 and 2 and then use my ammo.
You just went so high.
That's what I've been doing for all my runs.
Are you
So the normal way is like this. It's so many more inputs. Yeah, I'm double shotting. See? 13 rounds. 15 to 13. And then, you know, the whole ordeal.
You know, I didn't get into swap double shotting until literally like when people came with that method. Because I was never good at it. And I had to get good at it when he shot.
I learned this from all that Axton gameplay. It was actually like a perfect transition into this technique being discovered and me doing my Axton gameplay where I was basically swap double shotting the entire time.
Line up and do some, but then I watch you. Can't do both.
But yeah, I was like super annoyed. Wait, what?
I want to go back to main game.
I've never run main game in my life. It's just, I don't know, I just like doing geared movement. It's fun.
No, you know what? You know what you would actually love? Holy fuck. You know what you would actually love?
Ice and fire? I don't know.
What? No. What is it called? Expertise mod. Expertise mod. Like, geared. I haven't here. Have you ever seen expertise mod geared?
I might have been passing. I've definitely heard of expertise. Please, just like give me the loading.
Oh my. Overlay. Whatever you do, don't hit play on this video. That's interesting. I usually go around that rock instead of over it.
That's the route I'm trying to do is the same one from the world record right now. But I'm not as clean.
I thought you stopped. The stream is doing that delay. You can just stop your Discord stream. Cause like the Discord won't be lagging anyway. Yeah, looks good on Twitch. Oh.
I wonder what your at what point you were getting to divide in this.
I'm pretty. Oh yeah. It's a good comparison.
I just fucked my entire drop order. I can't even go to the next fucking area.
For mine, I'm entering divide at 213.
213. At least I'm doing better. Yeah, you definitely probably have better like hole and caustic and all that.
No, my PB is 207 when I divide split.
My God, that's so loud. Are you playing so much music? What the fuck? Oh, is this expertise mod?
Yeah, expertise mod. Yeah, this is old.
My God. Does this just allow you to do accidents glitch in single?
Yeah, and it's just by aiming down sights. And also, something that I didn't even do in that run, and I still got a 56, is infinite ammo. I didn't even use infinite ammo, and I got a 56.
This reminds me of Icarus. There's a Minecraft speedrunning category called Icarus where you spawn with an elytra and 64 rockets and you complete the game like that.
You should try that speedrun though, it's so fun. And it would get you into main game, like learning the quest skips and stuff. You would really surprise yourself by running main game. I bet you would get sub 110 first try.
I don't know. I don't even know how good sub 110 is.
Like, sub 110 isn't, it's not that good, but getting it first try would be good. Cause like,
I mean, yeah, if I knew the skips.
Like, you can get pretty fucked, like, if you mess up one little detail, you can lose a lot of time.
Fuck, I should have done a little
Like,
more
you
back
could
there.
literally- Yeah, like if you knew the route, Gother, with your movement, if you knew the route, sub 110 would be literally light work. Like you would literally have 5+ minutes extra. Like you could be fucking jerking off in a corner for 5 minutes of the run and you would still get sub 110.
Works.
But I also don't know. Like main game is a lot different than shorter runs. You have to really, like pace yourself.
Let me go! It's like a little invisible wall there.
So you never even tried geared game?
I tried geared on my PS4. No, on my PS3 actually, I think. Like I dead ass converted the geared save to my PS3 and I would do geared speedruns on PS3.
Awesome. I've been trying to get what's his name to do that shit. Gunther. I've been trying to get Gunther to do that shit.
I was right next to Gunther when I first started running whole percent. Like we were neck and neck pretty much on the leaderboard for a while.
You might be talking about Gunter.
Maybe. There's a Gunther and a Gunter
Yeah.
and a Gother.
Yeah, that's Gunter. That's the other one. Gunther. He plays at like I think he does one lives and like casual places and all that shit. But he's really good at rocket jumping. He does the hunt, and he's like he's won the hunt I think, a couple times because he's good at rocket jumping.
Isn't the hunt legendary farming?
Yeah, but you gotta be quick. Why do you think the Septics win the hunt so much? You have to fucking rocket jump and like be quick with your farming and shit. And
I
beat the
didn't
game
know you
quick.
could win the hunt. I thought it was just a charity event.
Yeah, you try and get first place and be the first person to beat it. I think you just win more money than charity, but
Look at that route, huh? Did you see that dumb shit I did?
I was watching.
Yeah, that was. You know what's really crazy about the fact that you just like smoke some shit? Is my mother just got home and she's also smoking weed.
This shit's like weird. I don't like the taste. Too grapey. Way too grapey.
What is it called? Can you help me get home? Is that the name?
Grape gelati.
The laddie.
Gelati. Like,
Watch this
why
shit.
would you not gelato? I'm watching. Hey, you
gonna
wanna
cook.
Do, okay, wait, I'll wait. Ooh, nice.
I didn't get the double shot. No, I didn't get the double shot. It's fine. Still here, sub 50. Probably better than you.
we picked one segment for you to pick me to speedrun the first try and see how good I do.
I pick one segment for you.
Yeah, I haven't speedran in a while. You pick one thing for me to do, and we see how good I do. Or I could just do like all of top to bottom, but no reset, like one run.
I did that and I posted it. I didn't even do like a full one. But it was all the way to Costa Caverns and to the dirt block. And then I stopped.
What should I do?
Um,
Top to bottom. I'm gonna be really bad. I'm telling you right now.
sure you top to
Like
bottom.
I have a couple resets like on that first jump. You can stop sharing your screen. I've been watching your Twitch stream.
I've been so focused on running that I have like forgotten to do it.
I don't use split. Not dark smoke.
Dark Smoke uses splits for this. Just cause like I don't really care too much. And I think it takes up a lot of room. I'm like a minimalist.
You're not a minimalist. You're a gay minimalist.
You got me. Fish hook lip.
I caught you. I caught you in the fish hook loop. Alright, hold on. I need to go. Oh, I haven't set up this. I haven't set up this shit in a minute. There too. I don't know where that is.
Okay, that works. New route. Improvising.
Watch this shit go through already. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, top to bottom.
You're not streaming.
Yeah. Bam. Bam. No.
Let me finish this run real quick.
Okay, I'm watching you.
Ocker.
That'd be so terrible. You know, I should take another ripping too. Why'd you save it?
Save quit when? Like mid whole percent? Because I wasn't gonna make it.
No, it looked like you were from my perspective.
Yeah, but my FOV I know my FOV. You don't know my FOV. I know my FOV.
Alright, ready?
You're looking
Do I
like
need to lock in?
looking a little bit like Hammerlock.
Alright. Ah, let me make sure my controls are good. Next weapon. No, what is my swap? I don't. Hold on. Let me just go in. No, it's on that. I need to fix it. Oops.
Oh, mouse button gang. I also use mouse button for mine.
And then what else do I need? Leave that as previous. I think that's all I need.
Do you need do you have scroll wheel set?
Oh, let me check that. Why do I keep going to my characters? Scroll wheel. Set to interact. Where's interact?
Or shouldn't it? Wait.
Use scroll
Oh,
wheel.
it is.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see it.
Let me just. Okay, yeah, it works.
Nope. Cooked. Cooked.
Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going in. I didn't even start the timer on that one.
Oh, no bandit exhaust.
Wait, I still. Ooh, should I do it? Should I do it? Also, why is my life split not starting? Hold on, let me fix it.
If you get bandit exhaust, you can do all of divide in one mag.
Okay, everything else should be good. Should I do bandit exhaust? Let me open up Gived. On all 4 launchers?
Yeah. Because all it is magazine size.
Oh, I'll have to. Oh. I'll have to do this. Hold on. And then open up. I don't even remember how to get to it. Shit. Oh yeah, I do. Wait, do I?
I can just I can send you my save if you tell me what your customization options are. Like your skin.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, alright, I'll just send you my save then.
The only problem is that I can't find my save folder.
It should be in documents. Documents.
Yeah, but mine's in a
Borderlands 2
different
Willow
spot.
game.
Hold
Oh.
on, I'll try it. I don't even
Are
have
you-
a documents folder.
Are you on Epic Games or something? Like what?
Let me try. In my 2 terabyte, do I have documents? No, I don't. Oh wait, no.
You might just
Folder
be able to like go to
No, I have a desktop shortcut, so let me open up my folders and go to desktop. I know I have a desktop shortcut.
you might just be able to go to Windows and search Willow game.
Did I delete my desktop shortcut? Willow game. Yep. But it popped up for the pre-sequel for some reason, which is weird. Okay, save data. Here it
I
is.
sent you my save.
Oh, okay. Is it on read only?
You have to set that yourself. I think, right? Or can I send you a read-only save? It should be. When I sent it to you, it was on read-only, but I don't know like if that transfers.
Yeah, I think it does. Let me check. On properties. Oh yeah, you're right. You have to set it yourself. Is it my top to wait, my top to my bottom?
Yup. Yup. It's that
Okay.
my neck, my back energy.
All right. Here we go, boys.
Hold
I'm
on.
still
Let me
gonna be terrible.
I'll
Wait.
put this on my
what is
stream right
this?
now.
Level 80 content cap.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry about that. That happens every time on my save and I don't know why.
Bruh. Why does that happen on your save?
I don't
Doesn't it
know.
happen every time I save quit?
Yeah, no, just spam though. Just spam enter, you'll be fine.
It's
I
gonna
don't know
throw
why
me
it does
off
that.
guard so
I
hard.
own all the DLCs. I don't know why it does that.
I'm locking in. Oh shit, whoops. No, did I miss? Oh, I made it, I made it.
Oh, almost got death barriered off rip.
No! This is a no resets, chat. No! No! No!
Oh, it's just like your one life.
Right at that spot.
Oh.
Come on, why can't I land my second shot? I'm too late.
That was a little
My
high.
reflexes are not fast enough.
That was good. That was good.
No!
That was bad, but it's alright. 2 seconds slower? It's not even bad. Like, come on.
Ah.
Outwash is labeled suffering?
Is it?
You really don't like Outwash?
Not bad. Could be worse.
Your resets are so much better than your quit outs are so much better than mine.
Are they?
Yeah, because
No,
my
please.
keyboard, I have to do like double the effort on my keyboard because I have a 60%. So I have to press FN end enter or unpress
No.
FN, then enter, then blah 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 blah. I have to do so much nonsense.
Okay, I need to chill out.
It's
I'm
not
like
even bad.
unstable.
Your fridge is 130 and you're at fridge right now? Oh, that's the end of fridge. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Dude, this is not even a bad run.
Okay, okay. Let me just go like this. No. No, fuck.
You got boxed. Yo.
No. Fuck.
Fine,
I should have
that's-
been free scrolling. This is terrible.
7 seconds slow. Yo. I never really thought about doing that in you dropped your 3-4 instead of dropping your 1-2.
Yeah, my guns are all fucked. And I think the sights or something's different on the parts. They're not the same. Like the swap speed or something.
It's quick draw.
One of them has swap speed, the other one has rocket speed or something like that.
Nope, they're all the same, I can assure you.
They are?
They are, yes.
Oh, on this save, yeah. Come on. Come on, chat. 11 seconds.
No, are you gonna get a fucking sub 3 right now?
No, I'm not. What do you mean?
You have 30 seconds to get through. You could do this in 30 seconds.
Oh, no. You think I'll
Oh
get
my
one?
god.
No, I can't swap. That's the keybind I needed to change. I knew I needed to change one. It's my swap. Oh my god. Wow. I'm close.
It was
Okay,
almost
bye.
a sub 3! If you had been able to do that drop reload, it would have been a
Look,
sub 3.
I just needed to change my keybind to
That would have been a
E.
PB for you, like, so for real.
Nah, nah. I don't think either way. My caustics are pretty bad. Look, in my PB, it's a 35 and it's my gold. See that? 35 is my caustic gold.
35? Oh, so you weren't gonna get it? Is that what you're saying?
I want to do another one. Bro, this save sucks.
You're saying my save sucks?
I wish I didn't learn that my keybinds were fucked up until Caustic Caverns. Ooh, this is a lot better start, I
My
think.
save is
Dude,
super
I'm
good.
so shaky. He's like, just spin. It's okay. This is doable.
Damn.
No way! What is that?
Oh, the choke,
Okay, I
the
have enough
choke,
ammo.
the choke.
I like not having to reload though.
Yeah, you get like 25 shots, dude. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid.
I hate everything. Come on! Why am I clipping? Ooh. I got lucky there. Where I hit my head. I feel like I'm timing my grenade jumps wrong. Let me hit it. Are you running again?
Yup.
That was a really good run though for just being my first one in like, I don't even know, months since top to bottom for sure. I keep clipping on everything. No way. Whole percent? Ah.
Ooh.
Eek. Neither is up. Gother got me running whole percent. I mean top to bottom. Alright, I'm gonna change this.
Are you changing?
I'm gonna find my top to bottom save and just give it to exhaust.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what parts you use. Maybe you use like a different... I don't know what you'd use different. Definitely not the grip, because the grip is always bandit.
No, it's the prefix.
Prefix?
Yeah.
You can't use anything different than quick draw. It's not faster if you don't have quick draw.
Maybe it was on. I think it was on a different one run I was doing it on. That it's actually useful. It's not top to bottom. Can't figure out what save this is because it's like not updating for some reason. Normally the back file. Oh, right here. 9A4. Okay. Put it on. Give them all fucking, what is it, banded exhaust?
Yeah. Gibbed, it's called stock.
Yeah.
I didn't get the double shot.
That way I don't have these pop-ups.
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of it. Send me your save.
Do you want me to send you all my saves?
No, I just want your top to bottom, so I don't have the pop-up.
Okay, here.
It's only my top to my bottom. That save specifically has the... That one has the downloadable content thing that I can't get rid of. Literally only that one.
There's one more save I need to save. That's 36.
Broke my guns. Alright. $99A4.
Here, look, this save you need as well.
Do I need that save? See what you got.
Oh, that one might need to be reset.
It's fine. Hey.
I'm locking in.
No, it's solid. Could use this. Wait, what?
I feel like I've had some time to chill out. and I somehow didn't lose time in 1,000 cuts.
I see. Your save begins with 3 and 4 as the first weapons. Mine begins with
Oh,
1 and
save.
2. No, the save's not messed up. It's just like, it's just like, usually I'll know like when I'm on my 1 and 2 slot, so that's just gonna be reversed for me now.
I mean, you can just literally change it.
Do what now?
You can just literally change it, can't you?
What? I mean,
And then
yeah.
just take the save off or put it back on read only after.
I don't care enough.
Oh, you
I mean, I'll
probably
get used to it.
that was wow. Oh, shit. I forgot to put mine on read only.
Oh no!
Oh wait, that's actually so bad.
What?
I forgot to put my save on read only. I have to rocket jump all the way up through 1,000 cuts now.
Do you want me to send you your save again? Actually, no. You could just download your own save from you sent it.
Sorry. I just have to rocket jump up through 1,000 cuts real quick. It's not that bad.
Not that bad, bro. It's not that bad. Ah, fuck.
I have to make sure I don't do it again, and that's when it'll fuck it up. I do it a second time, then I'll be pissed. Man, my single rocket jumps are ass.
I've never done that before.
It's so weird. How do I fix it?
It's what?
How do I change it to 1 and 2?
You have to drop them in the proper order.
What do you mean? It doesn't matter what order you drop. They're all the same gun.
No. No, it does.
When I save quit.
Yeah, okay. But the gun you spawn with is determined by the gun that you dropped most recently. Like, if you know what I mean. Like,
Oh, really? Is that how it works?
so like, the second gun that you pick up will always be the gun that you spawn with.
Second gun? Okay. Oh, okay. Wait.
But that's also gonna, if you do that, it's gonna break your drop reload, so you have to fix your drop reload too. So you have to find out a way to where it's both, you spawn with it, and it doesn't break your drop reload.
I think this might fix it.
You're gonna have to get Justin99 to come and do it for you.
Hold on. Get this. No. Oh, there we go. There we go. I swapped them and now I'm spawning out. So now, once I use anything. What?
Drop reload bugged.
Okay, wait. That one.
It's also fine if you spawn with number 2 in your hand, because then it will also be 1 and 2 when gun zerking.
You said it's fine to spawn with number 2?
Yeah, because when you gun zerk, it's gonna put 1 and 2 in your hand anyway. But I don't know if that breaks drop reloading if you spawn with 2.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. It's like playing Dance Dance Revolution, but like you're blind.
Why do I keep landing at the worst angles?
I know, that's what I'm saying. But like, my brother in Christ, you control the rocket jump. I don't know why I'm drop reloading. Like, I gotta be the goofiest motherfucker drop reloading in 1,000 Cuts.
And my guns are all fucked up.
It's true, it's true. Man, I don't know. Justin 99 is like a fucking wizard.
He just like remembers 20. Dude, Justin 99, can you imagine like Dark Smoke and Deceptives remembering their shits? Like, imagine the shit that's going on in their head. When they're doing like their weird ones. Main game. Like they're probably keeping track of so much shit.
Well, I keep track of... if you wanted to use my technique of GDR in main game, you can keep track of...
Holy shit!
You can keep track of how many times you drop reload. No, I did not see that.
I went up the elevator and literally hit the very ceiling, like at the very top.
Oh, dude, I did that the other day too, and it choked my run. Like, it cucked me.
Yeah, it did, But I was practicing the elevator. No way. Go there, you're gonna die.
I'm gonna
I did it
die?
again. I did it
What?
again. I forgot to put my save on read only.
You fucking idiot! You fucking idiot!
Go back to 1,000 cuts again.
Imagine, dude, imagine if you didn't have read only. You had to do that shit manually every time.
Well, I used to on when I used to do whole percent, I used to rocket jump back every time. In the very
When I used to
beginning.
play on PS3, I used to rocket jump back every time to the beginning of the fucking game.
To the beginning of the game.
Because I'm pretty sure you have like a Q to reset button on UVHM.
Yeah. That's what.
I would rocket jump all the way back to the beginning, but yeah, I'll go back in time.
That's why I have 10k hours on a cell.
On a cell?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Salvador?
Oh, Salvador. I thought you said a cell. And I was like, is that a program that I should know about? What else did you play Sal on? Because I know on Steam it says you have like 2.5k.
On
Console? Little console boy back in the day. What did you play on PS3 as well?
Xbox 360.
Oh, you're one of those.
No, the 360 was way better than the PS3.
What makes you say that?
But the PS4 was way better than the Xbox One.
I think the PS4 was a step in the wrong direction. Not in terms of like the PS4's performance or anything. And you are correct that the 360 was better than the PS3 in terms of performance. But the PS3 had one thing that I don't think we'll ever see in console gaming ever again. You know what that was?
Say the what are they called? The games that are only able to play on that.
Nope. Exclusives, those will continue to exist. PS3, you could play online for free on any game. It was completely free. I used to play with people all day long. That's why I never chose to play Xbox 360 over PS3. It was because I was a kid, I didn't have any money, and I wanted to play with my friends. It was completely free on PS3. Once the PS4 came out, they made it paid.
You know how we did it on Xbox 360? How we did it for free?
Did you make new accounts?
No. There was this game called World of Tanks. You ever heard of World of Tanks?
I've heard of World of Tanks, yeah. My friend plays a shit ton of it.
So listen, on Xbox 360, you could play World of Tanks with people online for free. It was like the only game that gave you gold. And it was a free game. So we would just download World of Tanks, log on, load up a match, and then immediately swap to whatever game we wanted to play, usually Black Ops 2. And then hop into a lobby of Black Ops 2 and bam, 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 it worked.
Damn.
Because the
I've never heard of that.
like, transfer over.
Oh, so they like literally gave you the subscription to play it.
Like, but they tried to keep it on World of Tanks. I think they found out people were doing it and removed it later.
Damn. If I'd known about that, I might have played the 360. I did own a 360, but I always played offline. I never bought Xbox Live a day in my life. That's what it was called on the 360.
Yeah, I definitely have had some Xbox Live bought.
Don't you miss when they called it YouTube Red? Not so YouTube Premium. It used to be called YouTube Red.
Oh, I've never had premium.
But I just feel like it's a better name than YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium, it's so corporate. YouTube Red. Yeah, like that's a fucking name I can get behind.
What was I doing? Oh, yeah, this save.
But I think it was different because I think they were also offering like exclusive content on YouTube Red, like from YouTubers, kind of like memberships before memberships. I don't know if that's true though. Don't quote me on that. I'm getting cooked. Alright, this is the sub 3 right here.
My gameplay's terrible. I deserve to be put in a prison for this gameplay. They need to lock me up with this gameplay.
I was living in a van down by the river.
They call me, you know, in high school my nickname was Chris Farley.
No, but I get it. Kinda have that look about you. You know, in middle school, my nickname was Straight Jacket.
Straight jacket.
Yeah, no.
Nah, I was joking, you know, that's like a classic meme. Like,
Oh.
oh, in high school my nickname was Gother.
No, my nickname was actually Straight Jacket. But it wasn't like a global nickname that like everyone called me. It was just like a couple people called me that.
Everyone called you Straight Jacket.
Imagine.
A couple people, how many? Like 4?
Something like that. It was like my bus. It was a joke among my bus.
Oh, okay. I can get that. Because there was this kid on my bus. I used to fuck with him all the time. He was in like our friend. I used to piss them off actually. Now that I think about it. But there's like, I used to think, oh, it's just like friendly banter, but like, there's this one kid, Scott. Like I used to yell this shit on the bus. I'd be like, Gavin did anal with Alyssa. Like this girl, because
Yeah.
he told us about it one time, so I just yelled it on the bus all the time.
There was I'm not even gonna lie. This is might be a bit of a gruesome story. Just know this is all in game and alleged for my Twitch viewers. On my bus, there was a kid. Nobody really called him by his name, but there was a big rumor that he fucked his dog.
Wait. I need to
So,
walk in.
okay, well,
He fucked his dog.
yeah. So there was a rumor that he fucked his dog. I don't know if it was true, but everyone would go, "Oh yeah, don't hang out with that kid. He fucked his dog." Literally, everyone on the bus would like call him the dog fucker.
That's fucked.
I don't even know if it was true. I kind of feel bad for him. Nobody hung out with him.
That's pretty fucked up. He really
There's a lot of fucked up shit at my school. Like my sister switched to homeschooling because our dad got cancer, and she switched to homeschooling to take care of him, and people like started spreading around that she was pregnant, and that's why she went to homeschooling.
That's crazy. In high school?
Yeah, in high school and middle school.
That's
This was like a thing. Well, not the pregnant thing, but people just coming up with crazy ass rumors was just a frequent like thing, a frequent occurrence.
I really choked this run. I'm at 223 at Caustic Caverns. Do I need to lock in?
Bro,
Is that good?
are you gonna get a sub 3?
No, come on. No, come on. I'm gonna rip my hair out.
I mean, Dark Smoke's record is a sub 230,
Are we,
which is crazy.
are we for real? Are we for real? I got the classic Zubies. I got the classic Zubies. The Crystallix spawning right on me.
Dude, that shit happens to me all the time.
Because it's right in that spot in the way.
Well,
Where
there's
you-
RNG to Chrysalis spawns.
I lost 15 seconds caustic though. Yeah, no, there is RNG.
I don't think there's RNG in the fridge though for Chrysalisks. But I know there is in caustic.
Did they get in the way in the fridge?
If you're really off course, yeah.
This guy.
I just thought it was like a fun fact.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Crystallix in the fridge.
What do you mean? They're right at the beginning.
At the beginning.
Yeah, like you can see them.
Oh, at the beginning of yeah,
Of
at
the-
the bottom.
The bottom, at the top of the elevator.
Yeah, like yeah, no, at the from the bottom of the fridge. I always think about it from the top. I don't think about it from coming in from the bottom. I would think about it coming in from the top.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's high as shit.
Like if you think about it from the actual entrance of the fridge, the Crystallis are like far, you know? And I don't ever look to the side while I'm in that area coming through and top to bottom, bro. I'm watching where I'm going. Not looking at the scenery.
I know that there's Chrysalisks there because of my casual playthrough.
Yeah. Yikes.
If I told you that,
Segment every single time I get like a 44.
if I told you that it's a Mandela effect and there's not actually Chrysalis there.
Yeah, there is.
No, actually,
I
many
think-
speedrunners think there's
I have-
Chrysalis there,
I have
but there's not.
I have over 10,000 hours. in
I bet there's at least one Mandela effect that you believe in.
What
About
is that?
Borderlands.
You mean, oh, you could trick me into believing something?
No, no, no. A Mandela effect is like something you believe that wasn't actually real.
Oh, I don't know.
Like, one is that, let me think of a Mandela effect. The Monopoly guy never had a monocle, but people think he had a monocle. And Pikachu doesn't have black on his tail.
It's so weird.
What? It's true.
He likes the Mandela effect, guys.
No, it's just like, I'm trying to explain the Mandela effect to you.
You
Man.
ever watch the butterfly effect?
I think when I was younger, not like all of it.
Explain that one to you?
Isn't that like a horror movie?
Not really. I mean,
I recall
guess
the
it
butterfly
could be
effect being a
considered-
horror movie.
It could be considered a horror movie, I guess. It's not really though. It's like more about like there's no. It's not really a horror movie.
I just know that I was scared of it when I was a kid.
It just makes me. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's a fucked up movie.
Psychological horror.
Yeah. There's a lot of like fucked up shit in it. Between like suicide and fucking
Genre.
Pedophilia and murder.
Oh, it's a drama sci-fi apparently.
A lot of crazy shit in that movie. He keeps going back trying to fix his mistakes. And it just keeps fucking up the future even more and more.
I'll watch it tonight.
Oh, really? That shit's fire. Dude, I could put you on so many good...
I mean, you put me on Barry.
Oh, yeah.
That was fire.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Is I haven't thought about Barry, like, since last time I talked to you about it. And just the other day, I was like... Because I watch a lot of shows with my little sisters. And just the other day, we finished one, and I was like... I put him on Barry. I put one of my little sisters on Barry. She's liking it. It's good as fuck.
Why did you say that?
The best, literally, the best thing about Barry is how many characters with so much depth there is.
Yeah.
Like, the characters are just the best part of the show.
They spend a lot of time, yeah, building people up. Like NoHo Hank. He's my goat. Goat NoHo Hank.
Dude, and it's so funny, too. It's fucking hilarious.
Why did you say that?
What part are you talking about?
It's the part where, so, you know how he has the rule, or, actually, no. I don't know if that's true. But, it's like his best friend, and his best friend's like, You're a hitman! And he goes, why did you say that? Because now he has to kill him.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I remember now. Yeah, I forgot. I only watched that show once. It's like, it's really good. That's why I went back to it. It's a really good show.
Actually, before you told me to watch Barry, my friend was quoting that, the why did you say that, to me before you told me about it. And then when I watched the show, I was like, yo, he said the thing!
That's funny. Yeah, like, I went into that show fully expecting, like, it to be not, like, nearly as good as it. Like, I didn't expect it to be that good.
I gotta watch Dexter.
Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't even get me into it, bro.
What are you, a
The
Dexter
new
fan?
episodes- I already started watching the new episodes that started coming out. And new episodes
They're
came out
still
yesterday.
doing episodes of Dexter?
Dude, they came out with new episodes yesterday, and I was freaking out.
The way I said that reminded me of, they're still playing Gmod?
It is insane.
Were you a Vanos fan?
Yeah, a little bit. Not very much. Though. Not a big Vanos fan.
I was a pretty big
I like the
Vanos
other
fan.
guys better.
Well, like the other people in the crew?
Yeah. Like.
I can wait. I can guess your favorite one. What time did you watch? What time period?
I have no clue.
Okay,
It's
so
been a
way
long
back in
time.
the day. Were you like a kid, like teen?
Yeah. Pretty much. It's like right around within the first couple of years GTA 5 came out.
Okay. I have two guesses. Alrighty?
You'll probably
My first guess, based on your personality now, I'm gonna say it was Wildcat. Okay, my second guess is Delirious.
Nah.
Really? Okay, okay, wait. Don't tell me it was Minnie. Don't tell me you were a fan of Minnie.
No, but I will tell you, they made a recent return, which was kind of crazy.
They made a recent return. Louis Caliber.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Surprised you were like a Louis Caliber guy, because he's like... Louis is hilarious. But he's also... hasn't... I feel like he hasn't been as big of a part as some of the other people. He has some of the funniest clips, but...
I did like Delirious a lot. But, yeah. I didn't really watch GTA though that much. I wasn't really ever into it that much. I was always into Borderlands.
Oh, so you're saying you were in a Jolt student, Yodi Slayer.
Yodi Slayer mainly. And yeah, a lot of Jolts, dude, I guess too. I
You
hate to
know,
admit it.
wait, why? What's wrong with Jolt?
I've watched an absurd amount of Jolts, dude. We'll just say that. I feel like a lot of people have though.
Do you want to know who I was the biggest fan of when I was watching Borderlands content?
Who?
Can you guess? I don't know who that is. Or McQuaggle? Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't know. Lil Gasmat. Is it a newer age person?
No, no, no. Back in the day,
Um,
when I first got into the game.
Ari Leeson?
No.
I don't know. There's a lot
Killer
of people.
6.
More than after? Oh, Killer 6. You're crazy.
I was a...
Maybe even one and after kill instead.
No, when I was a kid, I loved watching Killer 6.
That's interesting because I never watched Killer 6 until like the more recent years.
No, I watched his earlier videos before he even had face cam.
Maybe.
Honestly, I didn't even know he was like an old guy. Like I didn't know he was geriatric until he got his face cam.
It's a really good run. Wait, it's a really good run. Wait.
No, come on. Don't get the world record already.
No, Chad. No, dude, you fucked me up. You fucked me up. Fucker.
Yup, average
Okay.
speedrunner, blame everyone but yourself.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Lock in. Lock in. No. Oh, I almost choked it completely. Like 0 survival rate.
Zero survival rate.
No.
You know what I would spend a majority of my time doing on PS3? I spent an absurd amount of time on PS3 farming Michael Mommeril.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I would sit there, I would farm Michael super frequently.
Oh my god! I just saved like 2.5 seconds and 3 horns. Come on, full percent.
Let's go! 2 seconds!
I needed that 2 seconds, but okay. Here we go. 220. I'm at Caustic Caverns. No, why do I fuck this up every time? Every time this area. It pisses me off so much. I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. GG.
At the end of the run? What time were you looking at?
I'm about to see.
Theoretically.
306.
Hmm.
I was looking at probably like a. Dude, that could have been like a 2. I don't even know. That could have been so good. That could have been so good. Like if I even if it was like mediocre, it could have been a 255. If it was really good, it could have been a 249. That's crazy. I'm ass.
Yeah, I've been playing so long that I've actually like decreased in skill.
Alright, I'll be back. Oh shit. Lags. Alright, I'll be back. God. I leave and I come back with an insane meal.
Alright, this might be my last full run. One more full run and then might go to bed.
Not stopping until sub 3.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.
Hey, we ain't stopping.
That's just not an option for me. I'm about to be employed.
On Vito.
Can't ruin the sleep schedule for this, unfortunately. I don't like that run. Okay. I didn't get enough close enough to that rock. I always think I can do that, and I just can't. Again, there's literally no reason to drop reload there, but I think I'm cool.
Cool. Damn, that boy got stuck. He got step broed.
My fucking run, it was going so good.
Hey, you wanna see? Here, I got it. I got something up my
Second.
sleeve.
Gotta finish the run.
Yeah. I gotta find that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this one, okay. I am not so proud of this clip. Zenki has a stroke.
Do what now? I think he has a stroke.
I'm having a stroke! I'm having a stroke, dude! I can't do this. I can't do this, dude. I'm losing my fucking mind. I can't do this.
Bro shitted on that with some fart on top.
Not so proud of that clip.
I can't fucking do this. like you have a bad relationship with Geared. Like you guys are like star-crossed lovers. I can't fucking do this.
Dude, because dude, you know how many runs I was putting in back then? And I wasn't getting anywhere. The other guys really are just built different, bro.
I don't know about all that. Fucking here again! I'm here again! Ah! Ah!
Go through getting a taste.
Here we go! Blades! My quit out just took 3 seconds.
Those are the best. You know what you would have a lot of fun with, Gother? Do you want me to send you, like... I could send you, like, some of my most favorite, like, satisfying segments in Geared. You can practice them. They're really fun.
I don't know about all that.
Like Owl Wash. Or... Hold on. Have you ever done Omega Skip?
Is that in Bloodshot?
Yeah.
I've never done the full one. I've done versions of it though. Easier versions.
Have you ever done Rampart?
What now?
Bloodshot Ramparts? It's one of my favorite sections.
Not sure I know what that is.
Right after Bloodshot Stronghold, you go to Bloodshot Ramparts.
Oh.
Where you go to kill the warden.
Yeah. So I haven't I mean, obviously I've been there, but I've never done any non-geared movement. I haven't done on a geared save. On like a geared sal, at least.
Yeah. So you've seen it?
I've watched the entirety of like Dark Smoke runs. I used to watch his live streams for like a while, like the full things. I think I watched his full geared record, however long ago that was.
You know what's one of my favorite and most skillful segments of the game? Fucking Sawtooth Cauldron.
Sawtooth Cauldron can suck my left nut.
And it's so satisfying when you hit it.
Forgot what I was doing there for a second.
I should start working on a segmented run.
That was actually something I considered.
Here, how about I show you a couple of my favorite segments, and maybe you can decide whether or not if I can. You want me to send you them? They're really like I have some really fun ones that you'd probably love to.
Bro wants me to run geared so bad.
I just feel like the most satisfying stuff is in it. Is in like the geared segments. Oh, like Badma.
Ma.
Minotaur.
You're talking about like the scroll wheel bridge or something?
No, like the movement to hit the Badma trigger.
Oh.
There's just a lot of satisfying. Honestly, I want to say probably it's either between Ramparts or Outwash that are the most satisfying, I want to say. Opportunity is pretty cool. You gotta be quick. Opportunity is only like 1 minute long.
What, for the quest?
The whole opportunity segment. It's only like 1 minute.
Makes sense. I mean, it is only like a couple button prompts. Not really a whole lot of downtime there, like.
I mean, you gotta kill Jag, hit the buttons, and then hit the last button, and yeah. And there's a lot of dialogue skips.
Yeah, and then you can literally just quit out after you finish the quest. It sends you right back to the beginning. So bad.
Let me show you how to wash.
We doing?
Oh, are you looking?
Sure.
So, do you know what the outwash line looks like? Do I move
Yeah.
this? So you go through here.
Your screen's frozen.
I have to go back to double shotting. Okay.
Your screen's frozen. Oh, there we go. It's back now.
Let me try this.
Is this like for geared? Just normal geared?
Yeah. Hold on, let me. Wait, where's melee? Where the fuck is melee? Oh, right here.
Right underneath your cursor. There you go.
Okay. Why do this feels so weird right now? So basically, the line is really crazy to go over like all this shit, but you have to like get the line up and shit.
Me when the screen freezes. There we go. It's back now.
So you want to bonk off of this right here, and then bonk off of that, and then go all the way across the lake over here. Know what I'm saying?
Yup.
And then if you get insanely lucky, if you hit the line perfect how you want to, you barely scrape the top right here. That way you hit this checkpoint, and then you also make it over this wall here, and then you go straight to the thresher.
Average day in the Bronx for a man like you.
Fire. And then that's a classic. I know
Gosh, you have
I
so
couldn't hit
many
it.
saves.
You know what? I couldn't hit it in the moment. Let me try one more time. It's been a very long time. Your boy is rusty. No, I'm not getting any height there. Oh. What's a good one? What is Tan? Wildlife. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna do that one. Should I do opportunity? Or sawtooth, the most skillful segment. Or Ramparts was the one that I was telling you is super satisfying. This one. Just not. Watch this shit. If I can not have insight, please. And then you're all the way at Warden already.
Oh.
And then you just go in the corner and save quick. It's a really quick segment. It's like friggin' 20 seconds. Oh, let me hit it again. First one was pretty bad. Damn. If I can, are you kidding? That one's really satisfying. I mean, I'm sure you know Tina Talk.
Yeah.
Opportunity has the dialogue skips, so you gotta like. Can't even remember. Wait, it's been so long. Wait, I completely. Oh yeah, no, I remember. So I have to do. home movies. Kill his ass. But yeah, you just gotta memorize like which one you go to first and all that shit. You're actually supposed to sit right there. What is it? Oh man, it's been so long. Alright. Then I go straight. Make sure the sequence skips.
Oh,
So the way I did, the thing that I did, have you ever seen a sequence skip go through?
yeah,
So
you
basically-
use the personal log.
No, you echo. Well, yeah, you use one, and then right at the same time you would do a quest, and then you back out and then do another log, and then it skips all the dialogue for the next like couple minutes. It's like a hard lock skip.
Interesting.
It's only for like a minute. You don't know how to do Omega skip go through? This should be one that you need to learn, honestly. This is one that this is just a rite of passage.
I saw the tutorial for it when. Oh, actually, no, I haven't seen this one. No, I have seen this one actually, but I don't know it.
I didn't hit a good one at all. You're right. Let me hit a good one. Come on. Lock in. I just need to time my grenades correctly. No. Ideally, you just go over everything and then land right here. I fucking hate this segment, to be honest. It's so hard. Like, I spend so much time in this segment because of how much practice I need on it. Like, it's so hard. I can't even tell you, like, how many runs Wildlife has killed of mine. Like, Wildlife is a demon. Oh, can I hit it? Can I hit it? No, I didn't do it quick enough. No, I have to hit this trigger. Claymore, what is it? Oh, assassin. And then, okay, have you ever seen this skip go through?
Hold on, I'm locked in.
Okay, I'm watching.
I totally screwed this fridge, but
Fucked you up. Oh. Graceful ending.
you're fucking kidding me.
You gotta think of every time you're in the air as a point you can reload your guns. Like, even if you're only a couple bullets down.
I'll still finish the run, because why not? Thank you, Crystalisk.
Oh, yeah, boosted your ass. Let's see, 25? 6?
9.
8? 9?
Have a better run. That's it for the night. See how many attempts I put in today?
You ever seen the feather skip go through?
430.
Oof. Top to bottom runs is impressive.
Still frozen here? What are you talking about? Wait, what?
Said that a little bit ago.
My stream frozen? What happened?
No, it was like it was earlier when you were frozen when you were looking at my stream.
Oh. Alright, well, that's about it. Let's see how long I was alive. 5 hours.